of what I have planned for today, briefly, in order, because it could rain at any given time. I'm going to give you 3 or 4 things that I want to accomplish out in my backyard to prepare for the rebar bender that should be coming next week, and also to prepare to move this house. This house here that you're going to see, this is the side of the house here. I have to move that house out away from my hand, 19 inches, probably go 20, but I need 19 inches in order to fit this cargo container between the house that I have next door and the Paroque next door. So I have to cut the roof off the house next door and take this cargo container and turn it around this way and then push it over to on my other property next door. So that's one thing. So I'm preparing this area that you see in general here to do those things. Now, I have many things on this shelf that either need to disappear into the garbage, or they need to be at least organized a little better than they are, and including these cans here, which I'm going to eventually use for putting items in these cans when I'm doing a job. So these are going to be carry-all cans, as are these paint cans, because metal cans pretty much hard to come by in the Philippines. You don't see them in the garbage much. Only the ones that I've used do I have. But I don't buy this paint anymore. So I'm going to use whatever cans I have. These, I have cut the tops off of 2. I'm going to punch holes in this, and I'm going to take strap, cargo box strap, and put them in here, or rope. I haven't decided which one yet. I have lots of this stuff, and it's free. You find it in the garbage bins in the city, and it lasts out in the sun for years. So probably that will be what I'll use, and the straps will be up high like this, so you can carry it and have tall things in there as well, like a hammer or a Wonder Bar or something like that. That's the first thing. The second thing I'm going to do is I painted most of this anvil yesterday. When it started raining, it washed some paint off of here, but I got a good coat on the bottom of the anvil, and because it was rusting really bad. Now today I'm going to really slather this up. This anvil is bolted into, hey Jack, this anvil is bolted into this frame with some 3/8 galvanized bolts, 3 of them to be exact, and it sets on top of a 1/4-inch very hard compressed rubber to absorb some of the shock. And then on the bottom I have this rope here that goes underneath and around what we would call the feet or the legs of the anvil, so that I can just take one hand like this and slide it. And when I slide it, it's not metal on concrete or metal on wood or metal on paint. It slides across the rope. Hey John, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by. So the rope allows me a frictionless base on the anvil, but it also allows for a solid base. So I'm just going to fill in all of these spots with this paint. That's going to be the first thing I do. The cans are going to be the second. The third thing is I don't need my fuel cells down here anymore. I had 6 of them down here. I'm going to put them up on that roof. On this roof are 3 sheets of plywood that have to go on that roof. So if I get that done, it's going to be a good day. And then I'll sort in general some more of this stuff out. So first thing you're going to do is I'm going to stay with honoring God, the great God itself, which is different than the great Barry Jordan. The great Barry Jordan is a very great YouTuber, but God came to me in a vision and said, Michael FAZIO, paint thy anvil yellow, and then you won't have to worry about going to hello. So I'm going to honor my Father in heaven by painting the anvil yellow. And then I might throw some yellow on a couple of other things. Then I'm going to put yellow in these cans here inside before and after I cut the holes for the straps, because this edge here is where it would rust. So when I paint inside this edge and turn the bucket over, the paint is going to go into this edge and stop it from rusting into this what's called a rolled edge. I'll show you as I go along. So the first thing I want to do is put this camera down where it's stable and out of the way. And the second thing I'm going to do is go into my cargo container and shut all the lights off. I have several lights in the back of the property and in the cargo container, not in the car, but in going down into this yard. So, okay, so where is the anvil? Do I see the anvil? I think I do. Okay, so I think I see it just fine right there. I'll spin it around sideways so you'll watch me paint it. And then I'm going to go get the, shut the lights off. So without that rope on the bottom, the metal bottom would cause a lot of friction. But with the rope on the bottom, not so much. It just slides. And I have it tied down so that in case the deck that I'm on right now breaks, the anvil is tied to the cargo can 1, so that if it does fall, it doesn't fall far. You'll hear the wood crack and splinter and break apart, but the anvil should be held up by the rope here. So I'm gonna shorten that rope up, because yesterday I did it in a hurry. Today I'm not in a hurry, so now it has basically nowhere to fall except straight down. And by that time you'll have heard the floor crack open, and you'll be able to move away if you're in the general area. It might happen at 3 o'clock in the morning and you won't even know it. So let me go shut the lights off of everything out here. Put the water on, which we don't have any more water, okay? No water is going to come to the property today, it looks like. Again, no water. Good morning. My Montag. Oh, wrong way. Okay. I need either rope from inside or something to make a hole in the can big enough for the strap, okay? Whoa, the sun just bled through the clouds and it raised the temperature 30 degrees, at least. It went from being workable to almost unbearable hot in 15 seconds. I'm wetting my shirt now and my bandana. Wow, that was the biggest temperature change I've seen in a long time. Oh, now it's going away. Holy macaroni. coming. I had to get a tool to make a hole inside of the can. Alrighty. So the lights are off. I have my, oh, I don't have a hammer, but I'll make a hammer. Okay. And we're ready to go. So the first thing I want to do is get the tops off of these cans here. Let's get them all. Oh, I have more than what I actually need. I have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, you know what? I'll make them all. Let's see what we do here. Wow. Yeah, we have more than what we need. That's for sure. Put them all up here, and the ones I use. The ones I don't use, I'll just put them out. I have a pile of metal. I have a pile of metal scraps that I just put in front of the house occasionally, and when the scrap guy comes, he'll take the metal. Like, I don't need any more of these. So this goes, put that over there. And I don't need, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. 4. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of those. I think I'll just put some metal scraps in here and get rid of this. This is, in here is metal scraps, right? Okay, I already have a bucket for metal scraps. Okay, so I'll just put this bucket of metal scraps right here like that, and I'll just throw this in the front. This is an empty bucket for a door handle. Okay, I have a stove here, not a stove, but a barbecue. I really don't use that much, but I'll put that barbecue stuff together. Okay, I'll throw this one out. Okay, so I'll move the camera while I do this easy stuff. I'm going to open up the tops to the tops to those 10 cans. After I do one more thing. It rained 1 solid inch of water since last night or yesterday afternoon. I see an inch of water in my buckets. That's a lot of water. That is actually a true reading. 1 inch of water, quite a bit of water for one night or one rainstorm. Let's put it like that. Because yesterday I emptied them out in the morning because I was getting ready to paint them, and today they have probably more than an inch or about an inch. So, but it's rainy season now. We can expect an inch of water every day from today's October 23rd. We can expect an inch of water every day between now and the second or third week of January. So for 3 months, that's what we can expect on a daily basis. So, prepare yourselves. I'll show you. That's about an inch. No, I'm wrong about that. Yeah, no, if you level it out, it's almost an inch of water we had yesterday. So those buckets are going to get painted. I'll leave that water in there in case I have to rinse something off before I get to painting the anvil. And let's get these tops opened up. Okay. Got to be careful now, because these tops are, when it cuts you, it's like a razor blade. It's as sharp as a razor blade. Now I have a commercial, one of these can openers that go on the side of a commercial restaurant, like a 2-inch thick restaurant counter. I have one of those. Very few people have one of those. I just don't know where it is. I haven't run across it yet in the cargo container too, but when I do, I'm going to bring it out here and use it. Now, what I got to do right now is stop playing around with what I'm doing right now. Go into the cargo container 1 and get either a blacksmith hammer or a cobbler's hammer, so I can get rid of the piece of metal on the side here that didn't cut off. That's razor sharp. So I'll be out in a moment. Not much longer than that. Maybe 90 seconds at best. cobbler's hammer. That was all the way at the bottom of the hammer barrel, boy. But this is what I call a cobbler's hammer. It's actually body and fender, and we are doing metal sheet work, so we need a body and fender hammer. So now I'm only going to show this to you once. I'm not going to go back and forth with every can, but I'm going to show you why I'm going to use that hammer. And do we see the anvil? We do. So this is the horn, H-O-R-N, of an anvil. This anvil is from the 1770s, which makes it 250 years old. I bought it for $175 in 1990 from Mr. Hurler, H-U-R-L-E-R, Mr. Freddie Hurler. And it was in his family since the 1770s. And his children, well, Freddie Hurler, who I went to kindergarten through 6th grade with, and I was friends with him long after that. I was friends with Freddie my whole life. He was a janitor for the New York City school system. He didn't want it, to put it on his property. His brother, also, I was friends with the whole Hurler family. The whole of the family, from the time they were born, all my life. And my dad was friends with Mr. Hurler and his whole family from the time my dad was born. So it was kind of like a community friendship. Everybody was friends with everybody else. And he I don't know what that anvil would have been worth back then, but now sometimes anvils sell for several $100s. But I would never sell it. That one had a major defect on the corner. Okay, so anyway, that's how that works. You roll you take the hammer and you beat down the rolled edge. So let me get the rest of the tops off of here. Now the reason I talk to you people and work it is this is what it takes to set up a job of the size and scope, S-C-O-P-E, of the job that my hotel will be. It's a big job, and the logistics on this job are more than most people, even if they are licensed contractors, it's more than most people would want to deal with in general, but certainly at my age, 66. Most people would not want to go through everything I'm going to have to go through to build this hotel. But for me, it's a project, and I'm not in any hurry, and nobody's rushing me. So I'm not in a hurry to do this. And I could literally, if I was 5 years younger, when I started this job, let's say I started this job when I was 60, I would be, and I had the permits when I was 60, this job would be done, and I could do the whole 4-story building by myself in 5 years. Myself and one good helper. So, we're almost at that point now where I'm going to start the actual job, and I'll be looking for assistance at some point in the near future, probably. But right now, I work alone, or I have, sometimes I have a lady friend come over and help me, and next week the girls are coming over to help me. And the three girls, the three girls that you met that cut my hair, and then the femboy named June, he's also wants to come and work, help for the day, and in return, they asked me to buy them good foods, nice, like everybody's going to get a 'manuk, like a 1 kilo roasted chicken, and I'm going to make up a couple of pounds of spaghetti and sauce for them, not for me, with pork and spaghetti and pork for them with sauce, and also one minute that they can take home what's left over. And they agreed to that being an amenable agreement, so that's what's going to happen. Let's see, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's enough. That'll be enough. In fact, I don't even want this one. All right, so we got one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this makes 7 and enough, okay? 7 and enough. Now I'll start putting tools in one of these containers right now that has a double bottom with holes in it. And I'll take it out later and paint it. So we got that. So we're done with that. All right, when I'm done with this last can and I get the rolled edge flattened out, I'll check the comments. But today is going to be friends only for comments. So if I don't know who you are, refrain. I'm not even going to read your comment. If you're not my friend, refrain. I'm not even going to read your comment. Promise, I won't. Unless of course you choose to somehow, help me with my, help me buy some stuff from my hotel. Well, then we have to rearrange the way we think, yeah? Of course. Okay, around the horn once is enough, because once I put paint on here, it'll be okay. And now, okay, those 1, 2, 3. How many do I have? 2, 4, 6, 7. That's enough. 8, 9, 10, 11 with the cans. So I have 11 cans. That's enough. I don't think I'm going to use that much, and by the time I start building, I'll have more. So I'll have more. So I'm not going to worry about needing more now. That's for sure. The next thing I got to do is get a piece of wood so I can punch a hole in the side of those containers to put the strap through. So I need a piece of wood that's soft enough to punch a hole through and hard enough to not fall apart. Well, this looks like a good bet. We'll try that. Okay. So, but there's nowhere to do that. Well, we could try this. I don't think it's going to work. We'll see it. If it doesn't work, I'll figure out another way for sure. That actually worked quite well. All right, as soon as I get the tape, the masking tape, if you remember correctly, I use masking tape. My surgical masking tape, I call it, right? And once I paint the surgical masking tape, it will waterproof the tape and give it strength beyond your understanding. Oh, got a twist in there. So the masking tape on here will probably last 2 or 3 years. At that point, we should be done with the second floor. I think I'm going to modify this a little bit. Maybe, maybe not. All right, as soon as I'm done putting the masking tape on here, I'm going to check for my friends. This is just this one piece, and then I'll go back to doing this when I check the comments. Now this is just the first layer. Now don't forget. There's going to be two. It's going to be a double strap. Ah, pure genius. Hey, baby. I'll read that even though I don't know who you are. I am. If you have to understand that the Lord God saith, paint it yellow, Michael Fazio. It's like a mission I have in life. Natty Dread, absolutely amazing how this man adapts to his environment. Hey, you know all of these things? If you had to go out, Natty Dread, if you had to go out and buy that can, probably cost you about $2.50 if you had to buy a metal can at the Build-A-Ware. So, yeah, everything you need pretty much is in your environment if you know how to make it work. Relaxing, watching Mike. I got a nice sandwich. Flying Circus, thank you. John Boone Bean, thank you very much. Yeah, I saved thousands of dollars on this type of stuff. Plus, even though some people thought it was nuts of me to bring all that stuff from New York, well, the anvil will eventually save me many thousands of dollars in time to work metal and other things that I'm going to have to work, because I already figured out for the beds in the hotel, there's going to be certain types of brackets for the beds that go on the walls. There's going to be metal smithing, let's call it metal smithing, that's going to have to be done. And I will be the one to be able to do all the custom things that need to be done to get the job done, basically, to get the job done. So, and you'd be surprised how much stuff people throw out, even in the Philippines, which you don't find a lot of scores in the Philippines. You'd be surprised how much stuff they throw out that's still useful. But I will tell you one thing that you'll never see in the Philippines. You'll never see a rug thrown out in the Philippines. You know, like you used to go down the block in New York and you'd see a carpet, brand new carpet, but it was the wrong color for their furniture, and they would throw out a 9 or 12-foot piece wide carpet. You don't see that in the Philippines. I've probably never seen a piece of carpet in the Philippines that I would take out of the garbage, and I will pick anything out of the garbage if it's of use to me or going to be used for me. I have never seen a rug. I don't think you're ever going to see one of those in the Philippines. But lots of other stuff that Filipinos don't have the tools to work with, or like these cans, for instance. I mean, most people would throw them out. What use do they have? But as a contractor, I know they're going to come in handy. So I will just make them work for me. Takes a few minutes, but let's say at the end of the day, I spend 10 minutes on each can, and I make 10 cans. Well, that is two, and each can would, let's say a can would cost $1.50. So let's say I make 10 cans in an hour, in 1 hour. Well, 10 cans in 1 hour is $15. Filipinos, they only make Filipinos only make $1 an hour. So I'm making 15 times the salary of a Filipino. That's a pretty good salary. I'm marking this off at about 1 1/8 inches down. I'll mark this off at the first line, which is 1 1/8 inches line. That's why I put it at that place. And now I'm going to hit it, and now I have a solid back. I don't have to hit it twice, and I don't have to hang it off the side of the table. Okay, then I'm going to take this, turn it upside down like that. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Now I just saved an entire minute from each can to make these holes by setting it up in what is called, this would be called a jig, a J-I-G. So I just shaved 1 minute off of 10 projects, or 10 minutes off of my projects of this nature. And I have to hit the can one time, one firm smack, and it does the job. That's the second can. This is the third. For my next trick, I will measure the handle that I put on the first container, which was a certain length, and I'll vary the handles from that length to maybe 3 inches taller or 6 inches longer, higher. I'll have different handles. So you can take a hammer like this with a short handle and put it in the bucket, and then throw the chisel in the bucket, and then throw a pair of pliers in the bucket, and there is your $1.50 metal container with a handle that will never rust or never break. And if you think it's going to rust out, it's not, because the Lord saith, paint it yellow, Michael, and you'll never have to worry about the cans rusting. That's what the Lord said. I heard the Lord say it just this morning at 6 o'clock. He said, go out in the yard, Michael, and paint the cans yellow. Yes, Lord. Okay, Lord. Salama, thank you for the idea, Lord. And we are following the way of the Lord today. Paint it yellow. Don't worry about ever going to hello, baby. Hello. And this strapping is so tough that the little edge that you will see on the inside of the can will never wear a hole, never cut the strap. Plus the strap is double, right? So it'll never happen. It'll never cut the strap where you have to worry about a few pounds of stuff in the can falling out. That'll never happen. Now, at the end of the day today, I hope to get, now that I had my my oil delivered for the chainsaw and the blower, I hope to be able to go get gas for that. That'll be like the last thing I do this afternoon. Okay, so the next thing is to cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of this yellow strapping, 6 pieces of this, the proper length or longer, which this is the proper length right about now. So let's get a piece here. It could be an inch or 2 longer. Let's get one. This would be 1 piece right there. Double that over and cut this right here. You could also have the piece that ends up short. We could use it for a short handle, a single short handle. Not a problem, right? Now, a lot of people go, oh, it's only masking tape. It's going to fall apart in the weather. No, it's not. If you put 10 layers of masking tape on an extension cord, you outside in the weather, in the rain, probably and the sun, that tape will 10 layers of like a wrap it around like a chink in the let's say a chink in the extension cord. You wrap 10 layers of masking tape without painting over the masking tape. It will probably last 2 years. If you painted over the masking tape, now the water never even hits the masking tape. It'll probably last 3 or 4 years. And that's walking on it and everything. So I hear people say, it's masking tape. You got to use electrical. Yeah, you could. But electrical tape is $1 for a few feet. Masking tape is $1 for 50 feet. So which is better to use? Of course, $1 for 50 feet is better to use. And it lasts just as long, or, well, almost as long, and it's easier to use, number one. And number two, it's just a better product for doing a lot of things. Like this roll of masking tape was 60 cents, and a roll of electrical tape would be $1 here. There are $1 plus some rolls of electrical tape here. And it's not good electrical tape. As soon as you put it on and make a few turns with it and leave it out in the sun for a few weeks, it starts to unravel. So you're not getting any deal by buying electrical tape. And once I paint this tape will stay good in the sun for years. These cans, Lord God willing, these yellow cans with the yellow straps will be around for 4 or 5 years. Take my word for it. Saith the Lord, thou shalt not criticize the yellow man under penalty of, so many different penalties. Thou shalt not criticize yellow man. Unless thou feels lucky. Does thou feel lucky? More yellow or blue or green strapping, please. Minuto. This strap is half the thickness of the strap that I just used. Last night, I don't know what it was, those dogs were fighting with one another. Holy macaroni. I mean, for 6 or 7, 5, 4 minutes, like that, all the dogs were biting each other and whining and yelping. About 11 o'clock at night, I have no idea what was going on. I think what happened was somebody from the hotel next door threw food out onto the grass or in the parking lot there. And I think all the dogs wanted the food and they were fighting over the food. I have no idea why they were fighting. I don't even look out the window. I don't care, but they were making a lot of noise last night. And all of them, it might have been 8 or 10 of them in a pack, just fighting with one another. And it had to be, it probably was over food. I don't know. But what a ruckus they made last night. I don't need this anymore. Well, you know what? I might need this. I'm going to check for my comments from my friends in a minute. That new guy. The new guy that said, look how he blends in with his environment. That was quite a compliment. We'll acknowledge complimentary comments. Feel free. Have at it. You gotta wonder if the new guy has been a professional troll for years, and now he's finally come around to realize that I'm actually gonna, or he's finally realized that I actually do what I say I'm gonna do, or he's a new guy, or a lurker, who's gonna eventually turn on me. You gotta wonder what goes on in the hearts of men. Reminds me of Kinjite, the movie Kinjite with Charles Bronson. What really goes on inside the minds of men? Now, once I paint these cans yellow with that elasteric sealant, these cans won't rust for 5 years, or it won't rust through. No, I'll be able to use them for 3 to 5 years for sure. I'll be long done by then. There's the bucket with the tools in it. I undid the bucket with the tools in it. Oh, I said I would look at the comments. I lied, almost lied. Looks like an Easter parade. You're right about the blower being an important tool. The blower can sweep off and the deck and in between the beam boxes where it'd be impossible to get even with. I worked for a company in South Florida. The way they cleaned out the beam boxes, they put some lowly man on the totem pole in the beam box with a little brush and a piece of metal, and it would take them days to clean out the beam box. And this was a huge company. I didn't like the owner, so I didn't tell him to use a blower. But you can blow out a beam box in a few minutes, and you could spend. There's no casting mark on the anvil, or if there is one, it would be it could be hidden under paint. But if there was, I've had this pretty much cleaned up with a needle scaler, and I never saw a casting mark on this. And I've never looked on the bottom. I guess it could be on the bottom, but there's nothing on the top that I can see. So I don't really care how old it is. A guy that sells and buys anvils would know how old it was. They could probably tell by the sound of the steel. It's hard steel. Have I got 1 watt that I prepared earlier? The hotel, I'm getting ready to, I bought a rebar bender. It should be here next week. I'll be moving the containers and the house out of the way and dig the last 2 footings and start pouring concrete immediately after that. And if you go to my home page, I have a link for my Patreon if you're interested. I have it on Hoodwinked by an Angel also, if you're interested. The containers are going to be used to hold nails, nuts, bolts, tools, just like you see now. The tools that I use today are in a bucket with a strap. And they will last several years. They've actually been outside this house, outside this container. They've been outside on that shelf on the bottom for 2 years now. So they didn't rust out yet, and they're not even painted. So they'll last for 2 years. All right, I'm going back to work. I have, to answer your question about Patreon, I'm 90% sure I have a link on both my channels, Alpha Male and on Hoodwinked by an Angel. And if you become a member of my Patreon community, in order for me to show you how to use the community better, I'd have to give you a phone call. Or you could just search around on Patreon by yourself. But there is a way to expedite it. How to find videos on Patreon. There are a couple of tricks that they don't tell you and nobody tells you in a video format. But if you're going to come on my Patreon at a very low level and want to talk to me once a month, like a few other people have tried to do, for me to call them on Skype, I probably won't do that anymore. I just don't have time. You're welcome to come on at any level you like. But I used to call people up at any level. And once a year, I don't mind calling people up to talk to them. But for the most part, I don't get involved with the lower level to talk to them, because each conversation takes an hour, and that's 10 hours a month. I just don't have that. So, but you're welcome to become a member of my Patreon community. But I have to talk to you on the phone after you become a member. If you choose not to want to talk to me on the phone after you become a member, I will disregard your membership application. It's a private site. I'm allowed to do that, and I do it. I want to know who's on my Patreon account. I want to know your name and your phone number and your email address. And I want to know who you are in general. It's private, and I have that right. And I choose to use that right as a private community. I have that ability, I have the right, and I do so. I'm not afraid to say it, because I've had people come on my Patreon account before and just cause trouble, and it won't happen again. It's up to you. It's always up to you. You're the boss. You can come on my Patreon, give me your telephone number. I'll say hello to you, talk to you, or I won't let you on the Patreon account at all. I've had people report me for saying that, and it's gone nowhere. So if they want to do it again, report me again, go ahead. It's a private community. I am not obligated to let anybody on my Patreon account. I'm not obligated to talk to anybody once they're on it. So, if you're going to sign on at $1, well, I mean, I guess I should say thank you in advance, but there's not much down there at that $1 membership. And also, if you do become a member of the Patreon account, at the end of the day, when the hotel is built, if you come to the Philippines, 50% of all the money that you donated to my Patreon account will be used towards future room rentals. And the rooms, by the time this hotel is built, if the economy picks back up in the Philippines, I'll probably have the cheapest rooms in Panglao, that's on the ocean, or within 150 feet of the ocean. And those rooms will guaranteed the cheapest room around here right now, once the lockdown ends, are somewhere. Right now, they're about 1,200 pesos a day, or 15,000 pesos a month if you rent it by the month. Once the tourist season starts again and they open things up in the Philippines, the cheapest rooms that will be available will be somewhere around $70 a day, even for a small little hotel like mine. And they are booked solid for a year in advance. Every small little hotel on this beach, when before the lockdown came, every hotel was booked for. You could get a day here and a day there, but for the most part, multiple day rentals were booked a year in advance, including next door, who are friends of mine, and I've been friends with them for 7 years. I'd have to order a room a month in advance to see if one was available. Okay, we go to paint now. Oh, do we have one more of these? Do I care about that? Yeah. house. That goes in the shop. That goes in the shop. This goes in the shop. All right. So, painting. Put this back. This is garbage. It's garbage. People see me taking that strapping out of the garbage, out of, like, I'll see a bin in the city, a dumpster, or a garbage pail in the mall, and I take this yellow strapping or green or blue, whatever color it is, and I take it out of the garbage and I roll it up into like a, a ball, and I put a rubber band on it, and they can't figure out what I'm going to do with it. And to explain it to them, I don't know their language, so it would be useless to try. Okay, let's paint the anvil first. Okay. All right, thank you for looking into my Patreon account. I have 800 videos on my Patreon account. Okay, let's go. Oh my God. Since last night, this platform I have the anvil on has settled down. I just noticed it, 4 inches. Look at yesterday, this platform here was even, and now today it's settled down 4 inches because of the weight of the anvil. And I plan on putting the rebar bender right here in front, right in front here of the anvil. I don't know that that's going to work out. It'll probably break the frame on the bottom. I'll worry about that when the time comes. I'll worry about that when when I get a notice that it's coming. Or before. I'll be back. I want to get the blower. Now it's time for the neatest painter in the world to show you how it's done. I am the most neatest and efficient painter in the whole world. I'm going to need a place for these. Now this bucket already has the plastic strap on it from like 3 years ago, and it's still holding up, and I use it all the time. This one has no rust, so there's no need to paint it. This one is getting rusty. Now let's touch it up. I don't care about the whole thing. I'm only going to paint the few places that have a little rust showing. And maybe the bottoms, so in the parts container, the bottoms, so if there's a screw or a bolt or something on the bottom of the can, I'll be able to see it. But I don't really care too much about this, just the rusty stuff. This can of paint that I'm painting now is probably from the 1970s. It has a galvanized handle on it, a galvanized wire handle. Those went out 50 years ago. And it is probably from the 1970s. So I took it from my warehouse. I didn't even go in that warehouse for almost 20 years. Now, there's another reason why I paint the cans yellow, but uh, it's self-explanatory for somebody that works out in construction. But these cans have been out in the environment for about 2 years now. They've been here for at least 2 years on the shelf, unpainted and unprotected. So some of them are rusting, some of them are just oxidizing. The metal off the can is just oxidizing. But either way, if let's say I had this can in front of me now, and let's say I wanted to put parts for the rebar bender in this can. Well, how would I label it? I could put a piece of masking tape on it, but it wouldn't stick so well to the metal. But now that it's painted, the masking tape will stick to the metal, but also, if I had which I bought last week, one of those like 1-inch wide permanent magic marker, a real magic marker, I could just write right over the yellow paint. And if I change what's in the can, I just cross it off with the magic marker and write a different label. So basically, I'm giving myself the ability to label what's in the cans, and also for the cans to be visible wherever they are on the job, and also it prohibits people from taking the cans home from the job, because it's not like they're walking down the block with a silver can. They're walking down the block with a yellow can, and sometimes the marking of the coloring of the tools and stuff like that, sometimes it prevents people from messing with your tools. Sometimes it doesn't. But I found people with yellow tools years after they took the tools off the job. One time I was dating my friend's wife, and I found yellow tools in his shed. Oh, that was a bad day. Because he had those tools had been missing 6, 7 years, a long time ago. And he took a broom and a 32-inch square shovel home off the job, a street broom, a good floor broom, not a street broom, but a good quality straw broom. And I had like 3 jobs going, and I had 3 sets of tools, 3 sets of hammers, 3 sets of crowbars, 3 brooms, and I couldn't keep track of all the tools I had back then. And I walked into Mikey's shed, and I saw those tools, and Mikey never worked for me again. But I did continue to date his wife. Of course, they were separated, but of course, right? Okay, now, anything else needs to be, this needs a little touch up here. I have plenty of paint, so that's why I didn't paint it in the first place. Mikey, he left me a message on Facebook about 6 months ago, after almost 20 years. Haven't seen Mikey. All right, I'm done. I don't really care about this, and we are 15 minutes away from a tyrannical torrential downpour. No joke. I just felt the weather change, so I will get some water. Yeah, here it comes, baby. Here comes the weather. No joke. No joke. It's on its way. All right, so I need a little bit of water. I need to put I need to put these cans under the protection of a tarpaulin. no water today coming out of the hose bib at all. Nothing since 7 o'clock this morning. So if you want to know what it's like living in the Philippines, that's part of living in the Philippines, to not have water for 2 or 3 days at a time. I'll be there in a minute. All right, I'm coming back. Half the sky says it's going to pour, and half the sky says it's just going to stay cloudy. And it's the same thing every day. In the rainy season, that's just how it is. It could rain, it could stay cloudy, it could be sunny. But I feel like it's going to rain. It should have rained already. The way the temperature dropped and the pressure dropped about 20 minutes ago. Should be raining now. Okay. I'm going to go over there and sit down for 5 minutes. Then I'm going to go up on the roof. The files. That's true. That's true. That's true. Flying circus. Some people do have yellow tools. Lacking. Lacking is a good word, boy. That, there's only a few ways for your teeth to get that rotten. I don't want to say what they are, but I know people. I know people that played around with that crap, and their teeth look identical. It's not even like, it has nothing to do with, I have a friend of mine in California where that stuff used to be really, really big out there. And I knew this fella, Tommy, since I may or may not have water next week. We have not had a. Now, last night at 3 o'clock in the morning, we had water when I was talking to you on the phone, but not much. It was dripping out, and I really didn't want to stay up much later than that. So I got about a quarter of a bucket, which is enough for me to take a bath. Plus, I have 5-gallon bottles of filtered water. I can take a bath with that as well. But my buddy out in California, Tommy, he used to do that stuff, really nasty stuff. And he ate it. He put it underneath his lip. He would buy a $20 worth in the morning. The guy who delivered the stuff would come at like 6 o'clock in the morning. And there'd be Tom, his wife, Kathy, Bruce, his brother-in-law, Tom, the guy who worked for him, I don't remember his name, and probably 6 or 7 other people. Tom ran a complex of 110 condominiums. He did the maintenance. He had the maintenance contract for all the condominiums. Everything from replacing a washer in the sink washer, to underground electric. Tom was a great electrician. I worked for him for 4 months as an electrician building Smart and Finals in San Diego, in California, in the year 1979. I left in November, and I came back April, I think, of 1980. Pretty sure that was, I know the exact date. Mein Buntag. Hello. Hello. Mayan Buntag. Pretty sure that was the year I worked for him. It was the year Hotel Southern, I think it was Hotel California came out that year. It played every day on the radio in California. Anyway, he did that stuff. Man, I couldn't understand why, but he did it every day. And in 1980, he had already been addicted to that. I had seen him last in 75, 76. He came to stay with me in New York. 77. I had seen him in 77, and he was addicted to it then. In fact, he kept asking me to go try to find that stuff for him. I go, Tommy, I wouldn't. I don't know anybody that does that. I just don't know anybody that does that particular thing. So he left. He actually left my house in New York because he couldn't find any, and I wouldn't go look for it. I didn't know anybody that did it. But anyway, so that was 77. Yeah, it had to be 1979, 80, because I stayed in that apartment till 1979, and I moved into my ground floor apartment on 95th Street across from the water in 81. That's when I got my dog. So, had to be 79, 80. And he was addicted to it still then. And when I went back to see him in the week after the Los Angeles riots, whatever that was, 90, 91, I don't remember. He was still addicted to it, but he had no more teeth. His teeth looked like that guy's teeth. And his wife looked like that guy's teeth, too. The teeth were gone. They were just like nubs, little yellow stubbles. And I said to him, I said, why didn't you just brush your teeth? Because I didn't know anything about that. And he said, it doesn't have anything to do with brushing. It has to do with the chemical in the product. Rots your teeth from the inside out. I didn't pay much attention to it because I never planned on doing it. So I wasn't going to have to, wasn't part of my future. But, oh God, did his breath stink. When we were going into San Diego to do work or to go pick up food for the family or electrical supplies, holy macaroni, man. Had to open a window in the car. Jack, what are you putting up? What are you putting up messages and taking them down for, Jack? Learn how to spell. Yeah, his breath smelled, and when we got home, his wife Kathy's breath smelled. The whole house stunk of rotten teeth. Oh, I had to sleep with the window open at night. That's how bad the house smelled. In the morning, I would wake up. Before them, like I'd get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'd wake up before them and I'd disappear until I had to go to work with Tommy. Yeah, that is one foul odor coming out of a mouthful of rotten teeth. Damn. I mean, I tell you the story all the time. The girl, when I went to the fiesta last August 28th, could have even been the fiesta before that. I was talking to the goat lady that you see in front of my house, and I was sitting down next to her. I was eating, and she talked to me, and she breathed out, and I went. I had to stop breathing. The breath was so bad, it stopped me from eating in the middle of a mouthful. I had to stand up and walk away. That's how bad the breath was. It was unbelievable. And the teeth looked just like that guy's teeth. Okay, now the sun came out. Now the sun came out. Yeah, I guess I have to go up on the roof. That was the plan. All right. You're coming with me, but I think I'll make you watch. Oh, man. I think I'll let you watch the ocean while I hump the plywood around on the roof. Actually, I wonder what time it is. It's after 1:30, that's for sure. Because the shade is on this side of the container. I could go in and eat. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday at 4 o'clock. I am hungry. I am tired, too. I don't know why. Eating, working, drinking water. Something has to be done. Oh, look at that, talking about teeth. The water department doesn't even know why we don't have water, so it doesn't matter. Huh. 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 Yeah, I think I'll go in and have a snack. You know what I really should? I know, Jack, typos. I really should go in and check my mail. And then if I have to make a phone call or something, I'll have to shut the live stream down. And in the meantime, I'll make something to eat. I'm really hungry. I've been eating twice a day, but a small amount. But yesterday I ate at 4:30 and till 5:30, and I screwed up my. Well, it's already almost 23 hours since I had anything except water. Yeah, I got to stand up and go in the house. I got to get something to eat. I'm weak. I'm weak from not eating. Can I do anything else out here? Not really. No, I'm done out here. Oh, go check my messages. See if there's any new rebar ordering disasters that need to be addressed. Oh, I know what I could do. Yo! I could take a walk and go get... Oh, I don't really feel like walking up there. It's a long walk. I could walk there. That's good to hear, Jack. It's actually quite nasty, actually. Oh, I'm gonna put something right in the oven right away. Oh, 2 o'clock already? Holy macaroni. I would have said close to 1:30. I'll be with you in a minute. I will be with you in a minute. Having a stomach crisis here. I know why I'm weak. I'm weak because I'm hungry. Ah. Oh boy. And my computer shut itself off again. No matter how I adjust it, it won't stay on. Yeah, I need, okay. I need to put my glasses on. I need to check my mail. I can always go back to work, or I can always get fuel and then take a bath. That takes 35 minutes. Then my day is over. We'll see what happens. I'll give you an update if there's any updates on my rebar bender. Who knows? All right, nothing there, nothing in that file. Yeah, well, I'll be taking care of that problem if I don't hear what I. If we don't get a message. I gave it 2 days, like you asked. If you're listening to me, I gave it the 2 days that you requested. I'll take care of that tonight around 11 o'clock. No messages. Huh. No messages. Unbelievable. No messages are better than messages, right? I can't believe I've had this right here. You see this right here? See where my hair is starting to recede back over there? But you see right here, right in this area here, I have a cowlick. I've had that cowlick since I was in kindergarten. I even have kindergarten pictures with the cowlick sticking up. And I still have it, no matter what I comb it, brush it. Even when I had curly hair, I had a cowlick. It's still there. I guess it's never going to go away now. This side goes back nice and flows nice back. But this side here, I can't get rid of that cowlick. No matter what I do, it just won't go away. No. Brushing with a toilet brush will not help your teeth at all. But he could brush with a toilet brush. His teeth have spaces big enough for those big bristles. I know what you're talking about. We're friends. We would never do that to one another. I know you wouldn't say that about me. What do you think of me? Ah, boy. I see people on Facebook trying to get in touch with me. Not going to happen, man. I have 90 plus requests to be my friend. I had that last time I even looked at my friend request. It was up around 90 as well. 93, I think it was. And free chocolate chips. And I don't have any time for Facebook. Even the girls, the three girls that cut my hair last week, they started talking to me on Facebook before I went to get the haircut. And then after I got off the live stream, I said to those girls, I said, look, none of you are interested in dating me. And I am for sure not interested in dating any of you. And that was cool. Two of the three had boyfriends, and they showed me their boyfriends, so I believed that. The third one didn't have a boyfriend, and she didn't interest me at all. You know, there was something called, some sort of physical attraction. She was really pretty. Ariana's a very pretty girl. Actually, she's quite pretty. But there was no interest in Ariana. I had talked to her many times on Facebook. She has no hobbies. She's very educated. She's not interested in having children. And she's not interested in a steady relationship. So she was pretty honest about that. So where would there be interest for me? You think I'm going to try to convince her to date me? That would be out of my jurisdiction. I don't even think about things like that anymore. And she wouldn't want to date me anyway. I mean, we're just two different people. There's certain, you meet people where there's some sort of an attraction, then maybe you're going to have a relationship. Or you meet people that you're just interested in to be with for, like, the next 4 or 5 hours. That happens too. But they were talking on Facebook every night. Hello, how you doing? And I look, when I went to their house and I met them in person, I said, look. I don't do Facebook. I don't want to talk to three people, have a four-way conversation. I don't want to keep track of that. Even if I'm not doing anything, I just don't want to try to keep track of a 3 or 4-way conversation. So we've said hello to each other since, but hello, everything okay? Yep, thumbs up, done. And that was the most interaction I've had with anybody on Facebook in 6 or 7 months. Facebook is it's a complete waste of time. It's a waste of your humanity, Facebook. Hello, how you doing? Thumbs up. Thumbs, smiley faces and all that crap. I think the first time I ever gave out a smiley face could have been 10 years after they came out. Could have been just a few years ago. I don't remember. I don't do it too often. Thumbs up. Couple. I think I gave out 4 thumbs up this year. Except to Jack. Because Jack is my friend, and when I go to see his stuff, I give him a thumbs up. But I mean, like, people that I grew up with, they post stuff all day long. I think I have 2,000. I don't know how I have 2,000 friends from where I grew up. But then their wives and their children and their grandchildren, they all want to be friends with me. And why? I don't want to do that. I don't want to be part of Facebook. Don't understand why. I mean, I have friends of mine that one was a fire chief, retired from the fire department as a fire chief. This guy's on Facebook 15 hours a day. He's got a great pension. He's probably weighs 400 pounds, so he's a little bit overweight. And he's, when I asked him, have you been on any vacations that you want to talk about? Because we were best buddies. It's my friend, the doctor's brother, the older brother, never been on a vacation. The doctor goes on vacation. His other 2 brothers go on vacations all the time, but he's never gone anywhere. He was a homebody when we were kids. But he's on Facebook like 12 hours a day. For what reason? For what reason? They go through the pictures of where I grew up in Howard Beach. Like, I guess they go through them every couple of weeks, and then they go back and reminisce. Oh, I remember the amusement park, and Jesus Christ, man, the amusement park was 60 years ago. Give it up, man. The movie theater was going back into whatever year 007 came out, the first one. And Thunderball, I think I watched Thunderball in the movie theater, and then it closed. It was a movie theater locally, a couple blocks from my house. They're still talking about the movie theater 50 years later. And of course they talk about, it was a very big object, very big thing that made the national papers, but the tri-state, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut papers for front page for almost a week. They like talking about that. They have no idea how that happened, but they like to talk about that as well. I remember, and they all remember a different story. And not a one of them were there except Kevin. Kevin was there. He watched it happen. Kevin knows the truth. He watched it happen, but he never said a word. Pretty cool, Kevin. But they still talk about that. None of them were there. Only out of the 150 people that will get involved with the event that occurred. Just one of the people was out. And so the other 149 people have a theory how something happened. And it didn't happen like that. But Kevin knows, but he won't tell you. And I know, but I won't tell you. Eddie knows, but he won't tell you. Matthew knows, but he won't tell you. And Tommy, I wonder if Tommy's still alive. Man, he was destined for an early death. He was. When we were 33, I found out my friend Tommy was gay, and he was having sex with a lot of people for money or for drugs. Well, I don't know that he's still alive. That was strange. Could tell that story while I'm having lunch. The Mary T.C. story. The Mary T.C. story. It's a true story, too. The Mary T.C. story. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Uh-oh. So our Mary T.C. story is a strange story. Has nothing to do with Mary T.C. per se. But she was a nosy neighbor. And she was a school teacher, so she was really smart. But Mary knew me when I was born. She actually probably came to the hospital when I was born. And I didn't know that. I knew she was my mother's friend, but I never knew how close Mary was to my mother till I moved on the block. I knew Mary since I was 21, but I didn't know Mary really well until I was about 25. Let me get this piece of meat out of here. So we lived in attached houses on 95th Street in Howard Beach. And the houses that I lived in, the attached houses were 3 stories tall, and the houses next door to where I lived were 2 stories tall. So I was in the middle apartment. We called it Hollywood Squares because everybody used to go from one apartment to the other at all hours of the day and night because none of us worked in the wintertime at all, except Ralph. He had a job working for the Transit Authority, but everybody else was an independent contractor. independent in one way or another. But so there was our 3 houses that were 3 floors high, but we had planks going from one apartment staircase. The staircases were outside. So you walked up the back of the staircase up a switchback metal staircase, 3 stories high. So from my apartment, I could go to Ernie's apartment. And from Ernie's apartment, I could climb onto Harry's roof from his balcony. And from Harry's roof, I could walk down, let's see, there was Andy, Tommy, Mary, Crazy Louie, Archie. Archie was on the end. So there were 5 more units. So you could walk on the rooftops from, or the staircases to 8 different, 5 down the line, but on mine you could walk up and down the stairs also. So on any given day, one of other people, my friends that lived in the other apartments, they would be climbing on the roofs or knocking on the front gates, because our apartments were locked down with a metal gate. You had to go through the hallway, and each apartment had a padlock on the gate. You couldn't get, it was right up to the ceiling. You couldn't get past it. You could come around the back in the sand, but that was a pain in the neck. At high tide, you'd get wet. So Tommy and Matthew and Eddie and I were friends since 7 or 8 years old. Inseparable. We did everything together. All 4 of us went to the same high school. 3 of us graduated the same year. 2 of us went on to the extended 12th to get our second license, Matthew and I. 1 graduated a year later because he was younger than us. But we were inseparable as children. So when we got older, we used to play at the park together. We rode our bicycles together. I was the only one with a paper route, but we rode around the park together. We played in the underground basements in the city of the train stations and Grand Central. We would go down into the stations that were never opened up to this day. Trains went through the stations, but they never opened up the booths. Well, at that time they didn't, but I don't know if they didn't do it till today, but at that time, back in the 70s, the stations were still closed, but you could walk down into the railway tunnel, a couple of 100 feet in, 50 feet in, and there were doors. There were doors to everything on the railway. On the underground system in New York City, when you walk down off the ramp, down those 5 steps, you walk into the tunnel, and the tunnel's got little webbing. And like every 5th or 6th or 10th or 20th or every 100 feet, there's a door. And some doors don't go anywhere. It might be a switch box in the door. Some doors have steps that go down and up. You walk in the door, you see a lighted hallway, lighted staircases. Some doors led to equipment rooms where they stored stuff for the tracks. But we knew in Grand Central Park Station, we knew which train platform you could go down, go back in about 40 feet, open the door, and you could go down like 3 or 4 more stories. And there would be a train station below that, all set up with the conductor's booths, the turnstiles where you used to put the old brass tokens in, lights, bathrooms with light bulbs in the bathrooms and fixtures. bathroom fixes. Nobody broke anything at that time. This was back in the early 70s, late 60s. And we used to play down there. It'd be snowing or raining out, and we'd go into the city and play in those places. We'd play tag, hide and go seek. But when I say we, I, I left out part of it. Talking about 50 to 75 kids would go into the city and do that. We would play in there. All the children that I grew up with, not all of them, but whoever wanted to go to the city. And the police knew what we did. We didn't break anything, and they didn't care. It was just like that back then. So they would see 50 guys walking off the platform. They'd have to. Anyway, and they'd know that we were in there. We would go into the conductor. We would go into the booth where they sell the tokens, and one of us would make like we were selling tokens and stand there like we were some sort of a token seller. And the booths were open. There were no locks or anything. Anyway, as children, we were inseparable. So now, Tommy, he lives, Andy, Tommy, no, Andy, Dave. Now, Dave was older than me, much older man, probably 20 years older than me. So it was Andy, Dave, Tommy, Mary, Archie, and Crazy Louie. There were 6 apartments. Dave didn't care if we walked across his roof. He was a roofer anyway, so it didn't matter. But anyway, we didn't do any damage. So when we got older, we would drink together on the ice, and we'd go bobsledding, and we'd go to Central Park and play on the ice and smoke cigarettes together. We did all of that stuff. And then when we got much older, then we all hung out. Me and Tommy, Eddie, and Matthew hung out. All of us had cars. But one of us would pick the other 3 up, and we'd go upstate New York to the Catskills for the day, stuff like that. We did stuff. We did a lot of stuff. We all had money. Eddie had money because he was doing things on the side. Tommy had money because his father was the vice president of Boar's Head Brand Meats. Matthew had money because his father was a big shot in the Sandhogs Union. And I had money because I always had a job. So now we're about, I'm 31, I move into that apartment. In 77, I was 27. I moved across the street till 79. Then I moved out of that apartment because they were selling the building. I moved into my mother's house, but then I went to California in November of 79 and came back in April. And in April, when I got back, the apartment was open. So I took that. My meat is ready. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Not ready. Uh. Not ready. Shit. So that's the backstory on where we live. So Tommy lived Ernie, Andy, Dave, and then Tommy. And then Mary was next door to Tommy. Now, Mary was a school teacher, but she was retired by the time I was 33. So she was a strange woman, very pretty. She was straight. She had a daughter named Gina. She had a daughter named Gina, who was never dated a man. Never. Not from the time of birth till I don't know how old she was. She was a few years younger than me because Mary and my mother worked together for New York Telephone and Telegraph. Pretty sure that was the name of it. But anyway, Gina never dated a man. And Mary's mother, Mrs. TC, lived in the house. So the three ladies, Gina, Mary, and Mrs. TC. They were very friendly. And then I realized that my mother and her were friends since they were teenagers. Mary was my friend. But she used to stay outside, and she was cool. She worked as a school teacher, retired. And at night, at like 1 o'clock in the morning, you'd see Mary. Now, she did this every night. She took the hose and she hosed down her house, the two-story part of her house, almost every day to get the dust off of her house. And there was a tree in front of the house, and she would hose down the tree. She was nuts. So nobody really cared, but anytime we were doing something at night, and we were doing things at night, she knew who was going in whose house, who was coming out, what time, what cars were pulling up to do what deals. And there was a lot of stuff going on the block. She never said a word. Never said a word. Never, not her daughter, or her mother. Didn't care. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about major things that were going on the block. She never said a word. So one day, now, we would either party at my house on the top floor, and it would be myself, Little Joe, Big Joe, Eddie, Tommy. By this time, Matthew was already in the Navy, the Air Naval, Navy. He was already a Navy pilot. We never saw him again. Little Joe, Big Joe, me, Tommy, Eddie. There was another guy, I forgot his name. I never liked him, but we hung out with him. And Little Joey, Big Joe and Little Joe. And then this went on for years, so we'd either party at my house, and when I say party, I mean drinking and listening to records, and this is back in the 80s, the early 80s. Where we were going to go tomorrow. We used to go to the city once a week, to Chinatown, once a month to Studio 54, once a month to Les Jardins, once a month to a concert, sometimes twice a month to a concert. But all of us lived within a block of the house, so we were all friends. So I never gave it any thought. We would stay up till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'd go home. I never let any of them sleep at my house. And they never wanted to. But Tommy, I would say, yeah, man, I got to go to work tomorrow. And it's okay, good night. And I'd go home at 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And I'd go home, and the rest of them, they stayed down. In the morning when I went to go to work, or when I got up to walk the dog, because I had a dog, he had to be walked, one or the other, but I had stuff, I was a morning person. I'd see their cars, some of them would be in my driveway, some of them would be down the block, but I'd see their cars, and I'm going, wow, they stayed there Friday night, they're still there all day Saturday afternoon. I never gave it any thought. these were all guys I grew up with. Turned out that Mary, this is the good part, don't go away now. Mary and I are in the supermarket. Now I'm 33, so it's 65, 75, 85, 88. It's 1988. Hold on. Hold that thought. And Mary and I are in Wallbound Supermarket on Cross Bay Boulevard. Hold that thought. And I got a bunch of stuff in my shopping cart. Mary's got stuff in her shopping cart. And the place was packed. I remember there were a lot of people. We were online for a really long time. And plus, Mary and I were good friends. So, of course, we're going to talk to one another while we're online. So one day, that day, I don't know why she did it, but that day, okay, so I got to tell you a little bit more about Mary's house and Tommy's house and where we partied. So, there were times when I guess they did some things that maybe that some people would find surprising, like they'd smoke pot or something like that. And no, I haven't smoked pot since I was in high school. I did that a couple of times. I never liked pot; it just didn't ever affected me. But Tommy, he was a connoisseur of marijuana. He was actually quite a good grower. I'm pretty sure that's what he does for a living if he's alive now. He was the first person I knew that had hydroponics. But anyway, so these guys would stay at Tommy's house. Now, if it was winter, I would still go to work if I had work. Well, I'd still get up to walk the dog, and then I'd go shovel my mother's walk if there was snow or something like that. So we're online in the supermarket, and Mary says, Mikey, I got it. Oh, so our balconies, Mary's balcony, in the back of the house, these are all second floor apartments. On the back of those 6 units is a 6 foot wide balcony. From the house to the edge, it's 5.5 feet, like that. And the only thing separating one balcony from the other was a 30-inch high rail. You could just step over it. It was made like that so that the neighbors could go back and forth. Legally, they had to have a rail, but it was a 30-inch high rail. But where one apartment ended here, this was it was a 4-inch block wall. Where those 4-inch block walls ended, there was a picture window here and a picture window here, or a sliding door here and a picture window here. So you could just open up your sliding door and just take one step out of the house, and if the curtains were open, you could see what goes on in the next door house. Or go to the left side of the house and look at your other neighbor's living room. Well, who cared? Nobody was doing anything in the living room anyway, right? Wrong. So Mary says to me, Mikey, oh, and sometimes when we were hanging out in the house, we would walk over to the curtains because in the back of the house was all water. The canal was in the back of the house. Well, we'd open them up, see if it was snowing or whatever, or to see if Mary was looking in the window, because she used to do that. She used to step out of the house and look in the window. Well, I didn't care. I wasn't doing anything wrong. So Mary says to me, Mikey, we got to talk. Okay, we're online. I said, what's up? She goes, Mikey, you know, you're friends with Tommy and you've been friends with him since you were a child, but I want to tell you, Mikey. She called me Mikey. The only person I could remember calling me Mikey, except my friend Mike, whose wife I was dating. And he worked for me. He used to call me Mikey. And I called him Mikey, actually. So he goes, Mikey, when you leave, they do things. Though I knew some of them snorted coke. I mean, it wasn't. It was a big thing back in the 80s. So I knew they smoked pot. They all smoked pot. I was the only person I ever knew in my life that didn't smoke pot. So I said, so they smoked some pot, Mary. Oh, no, Mikey. Oh, no. Oh, no. They do more than smoke pot. And I'm going, this idiot. He knows she's looking in the window. And usually when people were doing drugs, they did it in the kitchen so she couldn't see. And I didn't do them, so it didn't matter to me. I just, I didn't do it. I didn't participate in the festivities. So I'm saying to myself, what did she see? I said, so what did they do, Mary? Were they snorting coke? Oh no, Mikey. They were doing worse things than that. And I'm going, what the hell is worse than that? And she's going, Mike, you don't know? And I'm going, Mary, I know they smoke pot, but anything after that they do in the kitchen, I don't watch. Oh, Mike, they do. I'm going, Mary, come on. We're in the soup. She's dragging this out. Her mother and Gina are with her, staring at me and her. We're talking. She goes, oh, no, Mike, they do worse than that. I'm going, okay, Mary, what else is there? Were they smoking it? Oh, no. They do that too, Mikey, but they do much worse than that. She made like this like a soap opera, like I'm making it to be a soap opera. And I'm saying to myself, what the hell is worse than smoking coke? I'm going, Mary, what could be worse than that? Oh, Mikey, when you leave, they make love to each other. I thought she was kidding. I thought she was kidding about all of it. I go, what do you mean they make love to each other? These are the guys I grew up with. Oh yeah, Mikey. When you leave, they all get naked in the living room and make love to each other. I'm going, no, Mary, why are you saying stuff like this? And then Mrs. TC, now, Mary was, if I was 33, my mother would have been 58. Mary would have been 58. Mary's mother would have been 78 or 80. And she's going, yeah, Mikey. Yeah, Mikey. They make love to each other as an 80-year-old woman. And Gina was there. And I said, Gina, because Gina was almost my age. I said, Gina, is this true? Oh, yeah, Mikey. They make love to each other. I'm going, Mary, when we get home, I was in front of her. I'm going to put my groceries up in the third floor, put my meats away, and then I'll come over to your house, and we'll knock on the door. And we get Tommy downstairs, and when he opens the door, I'll ask him to come outside, and I'll ask him if what you said is true, and if it is, I probably won't talk to him anymore, but if it's not, I won't talk to you anymore. Even though we've been friends since birth. Okay, Mikey. That's what I did. Got home, put my groceries away, put the car in the driveway, knocked on her door. Mary, Mrs. TC, and Gina came down. I knocked on Tommy's door, and he opened up the door like, hey, and he sees me standing outside with the three ladies, and his face went like white, turned white. I said, Tommy, come on out here. What do you want? I said, what do you mean, what do I want? Come on outside. Mary told me that's something. I want to ask you a question. Here's the guy I was best friends with in the whole world since 7 or 8 years old. He won't come outside the door. And he's holding the screen door closed. I'm going, Tommy, come on out here. What do you want, Mike? Now, maybe he was still high from the night before. I don't know. He was not coming outside. I said, okay, Tommy, Mary, Mrs. TC, Mary, and Gina said, when I leave here, I only used Eddie. You and Eddie make love to each other. Is that true? And he wouldn't answer. I'm looking at him. I'm going, Tommy, tell me this isn't true. And he closed the door really slow. He wouldn't talk. I'll never forget that. After that, then I knew why. For a while before that, my uncle, one of my uncles, he said that Eddie, your friend Eddie, I was at my cousin's house. I don't know what we were doing. We were up to mischief, that's for sure. And he said, by the way, Mike, your buddy Eddie was in the Protocol bar last night in the bathroom and got caught giving somebody fellatio for drugs. But he didn't say fellatio. And my uncle was laying on the couch, sitting in he had a reclining chair. And we were in the living room. And I said, yeah, okay, Uncle Jay. And he goes, no, I'm serious. I said, yeah, okay. And I didn't believe him. I just let it. I just thought he was breaking my chops. He was like that. Turned out that was true. But I didn't find out till after I found out about Tommy. Well, it turns out that's where Eddie got his drugs from. He was going to the Protocol bar. It's still there. I saw it the last time I was in New York. The Port Oak Hall bar was on Atlantic Avenue and Woodhaven Boulevard, on the north side of Atlantic Avenue. And I thought he was kidding. But that's where Eddie got all his drugs from. He was going around to all the bars where he played pool and he played darts. And he was part of a dart team or a pool team in many bars. But he really went down so he could service men and get drugs. When I found all of that out, well, naturally, I stopped hanging out with them. But now, some people would say, well, they were friends, yeah, but you're giving me a bad reputation. I know. He's probably rubbing one off right now. I said, these guys are giving me a bad reputation. Now that I know that the stories are true, I don't need to be hanging out with people like that. I mean, basically, Eddie was a male prostitute. Even though I grew up with him, that didn't make it okay for me to hang out with him. I had a business, I had an office, I had a truck, I had men working for me, and I lived in a straight community. I didn't need all that extra baggage on top of my bad attitude. So, from that day forward, I don't ever remember talking to Tommy again. Even though we lived on the same block from 1988 to 1991, when I moved on another block, for those 3 years, whenever he walked by my house, he would say hello, I just didn't talk to him. But the funny thing is, my daughter's mother, she was friends with him. Well, I didn't care she was friends with him. And my brother's wife was friends with him. And they would, when they found out about Tommy and Eddie and Big Joe and Little Joe, we all knew each other. That didn't bother them at all. And I didn't care if it bothered them or not. But I was the one who had the office and the business, and I really didn't need that kind of history when I go out on a job. Somebody asks, saying something to me derogatory like that. But my daughter's mother probably is still friends with him. And my brother's wife, she died. But she stayed friends with him till she died. So I know that people can be very deceptive. That's where this story started out. I was saying, I wonder if Tommy's still alive at the beginning of the story. Because Tommy, okay, what I didn't know about Tommy is that in 1977, he got one of the first Mazda cars, an RX-7 it was. And I know it was an RX-7 because I spent 500 hours in that car. We traveled upstate. We traveled from state to state. We traveled all over New York. It had a little Mazda. I think it was an 80 horsepower engine. When he got that car, his father was vice president of Boar's Head Brand Meats. So he had an allowance of some stupid amount of money at that time, like $800 a month. So he always had a nice car. When after the dad died, there was money to buy cars for everybody. And food, and pay the bills, and pay the mortgage, and vacations. The family was rich. When about once or twice a week, he'd go into the city by himself. I'd say, where are you going? He's going, I'm going to go see Eleuthera. Eleuthera was the name of his girlfriend. Now, how did I know he had a girlfriend? Because all this time, from childhood, from high school on, me and him, Tommy and I and Eddie, we played backgammon together. Once or twice a week, we played backgammon. And once or twice a week, Tommy would disappear. I'm going into the city to see my girlfriend. And he said he had a rich girlfriend named Eleuthera. And she must have been rich because she bought him jewelry, beautiful silk shirts, beautiful leather jackets. I mean, the kind of leather jackets that movie stars would wear. $300 glove leather jackets. And all of us wondered what Eleuthera looked like because he never had a picture of her. Turned out Eleuthera was a man. It was his boyfriend. But this went on from 77. So I didn't know about Tommy being gay in 1977. I didn't know about him being gay until 1988. And I didn't know that him and Eddie had been making love with each other since they were 13. And you want to talk about keeping a secret. That's keeping a secret. Apparently, they had been doing this since I was 13. And we were all friends, even at the age of 13. And the guy who turned them into gay boys was a social worker for New York City for children. A children's psychiatrist, social worker for the state of New York. And he is the one that turned them into being gay at the age of 13. And I never knew a thing about it. Talk about numbnuts. And that's a true story. So he's been gay with Eddie since he was 13. Other men at least since he was 20, since 77, so he would have been 23. He's a year older than me. Then after that, with Joey, Big Joe, Little Joe, Eddie, and whoever else there was that he was gay with. And that was the time, well, since AIDS back in 1981. But yeah, those guys kept that shit quite the secret. That was strange. Later on, it came out. Now, Eddie was a good carpenter. Eddie, I continued to talk to. I don't know why. Because Eddie made me a lot of money. If I had a drop ceiling with gat rod to do, even back in 1981, 82, Eddie would charge me $100 a day to work for me when everybody else was getting $50 a day. He was a union carpenter, as was I, but his specialty was drop ceilings. And when I had a drop ceiling to do, any job, no matter how big or small, I hired Eddie, and he made me $1 a square foot. Look, I charged $1 a square foot for labor, but Eddie could do 500 square feet in a day. He got 100, and I got 400. So he made me a lot of money. So, and I kind of felt bad for Eddie. Came from a really bad family. I don't know. I talked to Eddie till about 1990 when I moved to Florida, and I never talked to him again after that. Mostly because he worked for me, and secondly because he was an excellent carpenter. Damn. Yep, battery power is low. He was a good carpenter. One of the best carpenters I ever met, besides myself. All of this could be confirmed. I often wonder if he's still alive. Seriously. I mean, how many men can you have sex with when mostly the homosexual lifestyle shortened your life into the early 60s. And we're past that. He would be 67 going 68 on April 4th next year. Although he kept himself in good shape, never got fat. Did a lot of drugs, though. A lot. I mean, smoked pot every day since he was like 14 years old. And apparently he got into coke pretty big. Big time, like every day. He got the coke for free because in his house, he had a hydroponics room set up. Every once in a while, I would smell marijuana, but not the smoke. I would smell like the smell of marijuana when I would go into his house. And I just thought maybe like he just rolled a joint or something like that. He had a 9-foot by 15-foot bedroom. He had the windows sealed off with plywood and then visqueen over that. And he had an artificial sun on the ceiling that went around, orbited the room, so that the plants would head towards the sun, wherever the sun was, and the plants would go sideways and then this way, east, north, west, and south. And the sun rotated around the room once each day on that track. And that by the plants going like this around the room, it made the plants more potent somehow. It strengthened the roots and made the plants more potent. Now, I never smoked that shit. So, I mean, since I was in high school, I took one puff, one drag, one hit of marijuana. Maybe in 1993, I took one hit. And in 2000, the year 2000, one hit. I hated that shit. And I hated that shit with a passion. It made me fall asleep, made me hungry, made me stupid. Anyway, in this room, one day, I said to him, tell me, how the hell are you tan? In the middle of the winter. And he's got a tan like he just came out of Miami. And he goes, let me show you something. Now, that's another secret that he had. I don't know when this was. It was before 1988. I go into the room and the light, the sun was on. He handed me goggles that he had in the hall closet. He goes, here, put these on. And I put the goggles on. We go into the room and the sun was brilliant, like you wouldn't believe brilliant. And it was ultraviolet, light, and I'm looking, and the plants were like right up to the ceiling, and the buds on the plants, the colas they call them, they were like that big. And the place, it smelled like fresh marijuana. It was, and he grabs one of them off of there. He goes, here, feel this. It was like tar. It was the tar from the cola. And I'm going, okay, well now I know why you're always smoking pot, or how you always have pot. And that's how he lived. He paid his rent. He paid his landlord with marijuana for rent. He bought his drugs with marijuana. He paid his bills. He was a pot connoisseur of exotic pot. He never worked. He always had money. I thought it was his father did leave him $600 or $700 a month. That was a lot of money back then, but out of a trust fund. And yeah, turned out Tommy had a lot of secrets in the closet, or he was in the closet for many different reasons. Eleuthera, closet gay with Eddie, marijuana in the closet. That was just too much for me. He kept all those secrets from me. Not that I cared. Had he told me he was gay, I probably wouldn't have mattered. But that he kept it a secret, and everybody thought I was gay, because two of the guys that I hung out with most of the time were gay. So I guess they just figured I was gay, but I'm not gay. But guilt by association was big back then. And that was funny. Everybody knew except me, too. Mary knew he was gay. My Uncle Jay knew he was gay. My Uncle John knew he was gay. His brother Bobby, who I was good friends with, he knew he was gay. Jimmy was gay, his other brother. Everybody knew but me. His mother knew he was gay, because I still remain friends with his other brother Jimmy and Bobby. And anytime I saw Mrs. G, we would talk for hours. We would see each other in the park. Well, we didn't talk about Tommy much. She knew why I didn't talk to him. She wasn't proud of that at all. She was a very, very religious woman. And I guess that hurt her feelings. I wonder if he's still alive. I got to wonder about some of the guys I grew up with, because last week, one of my old girlfriends and friend since 1973, probably. I mean, best friends. Her brother Ernie worked for me since I graduated high school when I wasn't in extended 12. Ernie was he was an excellent machinist, but he was excellent at roofing and siding, him and Ronnie Call. And I went to look for her on Facebook because it was her birthday, and she died. That's the second girl in 1 year whose birthday I went to look up, say hello to them on their birthday, and found out that they died. Two of them. Terry was my age, 66, 65 when she died, and Mary was 63 when she died. So, gotta start wondering about stuff like that at some point. When you go on Facebook and they have an obituary for all the people that you used to know that are dead, oh my God, I knew, dude, the way you remember shit is like it happened yesterday, but, you know, these people are 50 years since gone by. That's why I want Jack Thompson to stop smoking. Try to get Jack Thompson to stop smoking. Jack, that cough is getting worse, Jack. Trying to get Jack Thompson to stop smoking cigarettes. It's hard to stop smoking cigarettes. It really is. But you'll feel a lot better for it. I stopped smoking cigarettes on December 1st of 2020. Never smoked another cigarette, not even one. Wanted to, but won't do it. In fact, I quit smoking cigarettes not so long after that. I had the infection on my leg. I'm glad I quit smoking because that really interfered with the blood circulation, I'm sure. But I didn't have the infection when I was smoking. I got the infection after I stopped smoking. It all happened in 3 or 4 days. But then I went on this carnivore diet and gave up 30 sweet rolls a month I would eat, 1.5 kilos of sugar I would eat, 5 loaves of bread I would eat, 5 pounds of fried lumpia, chicken and pork a month. I ate all kinds of crap when I went on the carnivore diet. Now I just have a piece of meat once a day or twice a day. So no cigarettes, no sweet, no candy, no bread. It's hard to quit smoking though. I wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, get up, go to the bathroom, and I still reach for a cigarette. Like I still go like this. There are no cigarettes, but I still do it. And now it's 11 months. So the mental habit of reaching for a cigarette is still there. But when I smell cigarettes now, I get sick. That I will tell you. I walk into an elevator. Like last week, I walked into the elevator before I went to the prawn farm. And I guess the engineer, for the building engineer, must have smoked a cigarette in the elevator. Oh, God. I was nauseous just going up one floor in less than 45 seconds. Sick, nauseous. Well, I wanted to throw up. No, I doubt I'll ever smoke again. Jack. Jack Thompson. All right, I'm going to check my mail. And I'm going to shut the live stream down, I think. What? Oh, boy. Well, I might go up on the roof. I have power in the... I have power in the phone. I've been charging it for an hour. Yeah, I feel energetic. I think I'm going to go up on the roof and move that plywood. No messages. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to go back to the live stream. I'll check the comments.
Home. There's no place like it. Follow
More than half of my friends were gay, and I didn't know it.
as I take you on a journey through the history.
That's not supposed to be there. Okay. Oh, that ain't supposed to be there. Why can't I? Yeah, I think I'll go up on the roof. Yeah, I think I'll go up on the roof. All right, Jack. Yeah, I remember the first time I smoked that shit. I never liked it. Couldn't understand why people smoke pot my whole life. Even when I found out people that smoke pot for me, that worked for me, most of the time their job was in jeopardy. Because the next time they made a mistake, I would say, look, you just need to go get another job, because when people smoke pot, they make a lot of mistakes. Measurements, they get numbers reversed. You tell them to crown up the lumber, and they put the lumber crown up, and or crown down, and they route the bottom of the lumber, and then they have to route the top of the lumber, and it's twice as much work. And put the lumber 6 inches away from the fence in the back and the side of the property, and then they put the lumber on the fence line, and I got a chain link fence that's going in first. I got to move half a stack of lumber out of the way. Smoking pot, for me, if I knew you smoked pot when you asked me for a job, I wouldn't give you a job. If I found out you smoked pot after I gave you a job and you made a few mistakes, I'd let you go. Well, let's go up on the roof, and I'll move some plywood. While I'm still a young man. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, I gotta climb up a ladder and move 200 pounds of stuff, maybe 300, and then I'll all be set, maybe 400, and I'll be set to I will be set. I think after I get up on the roof today, I'll be set to fly the jet ski off the roof the next time I'm ready to do that. Right now, I could do it now. I could even do it today. I just can't do it by myself. And the guy that would have helped me, took off on his motorcycle when I came in to have lunch before. So he won't be back for the rest of the day. Goes to visit his family on Sunday. So there's another guy that would help me, but he hasn't been around all day either. I'm not ready for that anyway. Sunday, everybody is busy around here. They all have family or they're drunk. Either way, they're too busy to work with me. Okay, let's go up on the roof. You and me and you. Up on the roof together. I wish I could know how much power was in here. I saw the project manager was peeping his cat head out of a box. I saw that. Hello, project manager. Mr. Investigator, who called me on the phone yesterday. It didn't rain. Okay. How do I get up on the roof? Oh, you dummy. I gotta get a box. Huh. Oh. Okay. I got a box. I'm putting you in the bucket. Hang tight, guys. You're in the bucket now. Hang tight. We have drippage. We have water drippage. At that rate, 3 days, that bucket will be full. Not kidding you either. You want to see the water on full stream ahead? This is my water on full stream ahead. This is it right here. That's full stream ahead. That's the most water we got in the last 2 days out of the faucet. That's full on. Should be filled by 5 o'clock. It's hard living here. Really hard living here. If you don't live on a boat where there's no place to get water or wash properly, like when I lived on the barge, if you're not used to that kind of a roughing it or living out in the wild, if you're not used to that and you move to the Philippines and you live in the province, you got to adapt. Now I have another problem. I lost my damn razor blade. I'm serious too. I lost my razor blade. And I wanted to shave today, and that's the only razor blade I got. Oh boy. That is not a good thing. Not a good thing. guess I'm gonna have to deal with that. I'm gonna have to go. I have one more buried. Shit. Oh. Oh. All right, let's go up on the roof. I'll go first, then I'll bring you up in a minute. Damn. Huh. That's strange. I put it someplace so I wouldn't lose it, and then I lost it. Okay, oh boy, big problem on the roof here. Big problem. Big problem. The rain has forced the black ants that are the biting ants out of their nest. And they're up here on the platform. Big problem. Big problem. All right. Big problem. Okay, now, if I have to put those 3 sheets of plywood somewhere, where would they go? Okay, so here's the view. This is right where I'm standing, will be the view from the balcony on the second floor. And that's how far it is to the beach. It's 100 feet to where the grass starts over there on the far side of that wall, about 110 feet. And then after that, it's all grass and beach. And that yellow vessel that you see there, that's a diving platform that they teach people how to dive off of. They put it out by the reef. So, oh boy. I think I want to go into the back. See, if I have to move this lumber first, that's a hassle. That is a hassle. I can move. I think there's 3 sheets over there. 4 sheets over there. I don't have a place for it over here. I actually do, but it's not where I want to put it. But it is. I could do this. I could do this a little differently. See, I could put the wood that's up here on the floor, and then put the 4 sheets of plywood up on top of here. And it wouldn't take but 10 minutes to put this wood on the floor. So that looks like my best storage option. So I have to find a place for the camera, and let me get that done now. Okay. Oh, that's not good. That's not a good option there. That's not a good option there. That thing is going to fall down. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we could do that. I'll put the wood down on the floor, and then I'll put that plywood over there on top of the deck. Oh. Okay, wood down. I hate doing this. Because you put the wood on the deck, it gets wet, it rots. I'm gonna need this wood up here in a few weeks anyway. I might as well just put it on the deck. Oh my God, I just found a mushroom patch. Hello, Ian. Mein Hapon. I need that piece of wood down there. I needed that. I looked for that yesterday. Found it today. This. Mein Hapon. Huh. It's almost time to let this go. I gotta. Do I have any more use for this? It's rotted. It's a piece of bamboo. It's really rotted pretty bad. I'll put it down in the yard. But I don't think I could use it for anything in the condition it is. But if I run across something in the next week or so, I'll save it. And if not, I will cut it up for firewood for my landlord. Now this is a good piece. That's the thick bamboo. And I actually need that over there, so I'm going to save this. And I have another one of those right here, thick. There's different kinds of bamboo. This is like a marine grade of bamboo. Come from different types of bamboo stands. This is a much better quality. All right, so that being said, I have a story stick over here. here it is, right here. Okay. I had a piece of Gorilla Glass on my phone, and I dropped the phone. Actually, I dropped the phone off this roof where I'm at now, and it broke the Gorilla Glass. And rather than take the phone in the city and take it out of my pocket 20 times a day looking for another replacement, I could just take the Gorilla Glass and match it up next to another piece. So, I'm ready to put the plywood here now. I just have to get these two pieces of metal out of here. Easy enough. And now, I'm ready for the plywood. So I'm going to move the camera to a safer position, because where it was not a good place to be where it was. Okay. Check the comments, and then I'm going to go to work for about 40 minutes. Okay. Okay, I'll be bringing the plywood over from over there. Ah, boy. Ah, boy. All right, I got to start pulling plywood up in a weird way. I know you have one of these shirts. Hey, John, mind hop on? I know you have a shirt. Ah. Ha, ha, ha.
Two plus two. Good. Three plus three. Five plus five. Good boy. Okay, here. Ready? Steady. Spaghetti from the spaghetti. Ah.
Ha.
What you say?
Oh boy, this is gonna be hard. I got no grip. I got no way to grip it. Oh yeah, that was not easy. Not easy. Not easy at all. Not one bit. Nothing easy. I'm standing on top of those round pieces of bamboo like marbles, hanging over the edge of the container, the house, trying to grab something. Doesn't really want to be grabbed. Okay, next. Okay, 3 more of those and I'm done. What I should have did with that wood was built a bridge. I think I'll be going over the top next time, not the bottom. Yeah, over the top. Oh, I only have 2 sheets. Huh. I thought I had 3. There's another one in the back, but that's not one that I counted. Should have been bought altogether. Uh, 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 I'm gonna throw it. Oh, it's hot over there. Very hot over there. Very hot. And the sun, like way hot. Okay, I got a sheet of 3/4 now. I got a sheet of 3/4. But it's from that sheet of plywood that I'm going to bring over here next. It's going to break in half. And it's going to break in half because, well, number one, that sheet came from America. So it's been outside in the rain for 3 years. And it just wasn't a good grade of exterior plywood. And it got rotted. So when I pick it up, it's going to break in half lengthwise. And that's okay. Because it's going to be, I'm probably going to throw that downstairs. I don't want to put the rebar bender on dirt. So I'll probably use that. I might put it up here for now, but now I'll probably just throw, if it breaks in half, and it will break in half, I'll put it downstairs. And even that it's all rotted, the rebar bender will be on a piece of wood. This stuff is expensive, and it hasn't rotted yet. It's starting to. I'm gonna go down fast. I took this from New York. I had it in the cargo container. I brought it from New York. It was a piece of plywood, probably from the 1970s. It was a workbench I had in my basement, but it was 50 years old. So I'll use this for a base for the rebar bender. Or I'll use that one. Although it's on a packing crate, I still don't want dirt under the packing crate. Uh, I don't know that I'm going to put the plywood down there now. Maybe I'll wait until the machine comes. If the machine ever comes. And that's why maybe I'll wait. I still don't know. The damn machine is even going to come. still don't know that it's going to come. Right now, I'm gonna move the camera so you get a better. I have a lot of lumber. Oh, it's gone. I guess I don't know if you guys can see me or not. I'm done. It's hot. I need a bath. The rest of that stuff can wait. Not important. I could do that in what I could do in a half hour or 40 minutes in the morning. Yeah, you know what? How was it? I'll just do it now. It was 2 o'clock then. It was 2:30, 3:30. I'm done. I'm done.